Good morning, everybody. Let's see it's July the 6th. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Screen is fine. Thank you, William. Hope everybody had a nice 3 days off. There is a ton happening this morning, and I mean a ton happening. So this is what I mean. Look at my gap ups and gap downs, full. You know, I'd have to scroll down. A lot of times, you know, I might see 4 or 5 of each in the pre-market, but this is absolutely full. So, lots happening this morning. Of course, China getting pummeled. So, as noted in the section, in the post alert section, I took a short of DD, D-I-D-I. I think this is the one a lot of people are focusing on. A lot of China stocks, of course, is getting nailed today. Shorts became available. This was an IPO of 3 days ago. Shorts became available today at IB. Took this at around 12.50, and I've covered some at 12.20. And let's see where this can go. Again, China. This is sort of the reverse. These are China regulators taking a look at stocks listed on U.S. exchanges. So this is what's causing most of the disarray in all these China stocks. You guys were talking about TAL, T-A-L. I mean, there's TAL, there's Tiger, there's EDU, there's Go2. I mean, you know, there's so many of them right now. ZH, another one. Baidu, of course, yes. But let's take a look at what else is happening. So just so you know, the trade of the week is SPRT. SPRT is the trade of the week. Considered live at 441. So again, you don't have to take it right away. You don't have to take it at all. But it's 441. So it's a little bit above that. That is pre-market, of course. If it can get through, I mean, look at these levels here. If it can get through this 5 and 540 or so, got a ton of room. So that is the trade of the week. BLRX. BLRX. Take a look at what's happening to BLRX. Is it still moving higher? The answer is, well, it's pulled back a little bit. It got as high as 4. Look at the room it's got. And again, I don't see any specific reason. I just keep scanning these headlines. I don't see any specific reason. Now, UBX is one that I had to shift my focus. I was actually really looking at this to short, but I shifted my focus completely to DD. UBX, this is phase 1, okay? So this is a phase 1 pop, and as you know, my bias towards these phase 1 pops is to short them. There's the 200-day moving average right there. So let's see if it takes out 5 later on. Wow, DD, come on. Take out 12. BSQR. Now this was a flyer from last week. Pulled back the last 3 days. So this would have been Tuesday's action. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, having a bit of not a bit of one, up 37%. It's above. Let's see, the high 550. So it's almost at the high of Thursday now, and that is BSQR. Don't see any specific reason for it. Another one that's just ripping, BLIN. I almost took this one also. Looked at that red bar ignored, BLIN. That red bar ignored right there in the 5-minute chart. Would have been a nice one right there. Again, no specific news on it, BLIN. And I've talked about Tiger, T-I-G-R. Shenandoah. Shenandoah, still very strong. The communication stock. Huge day on Friday. And continuation. And that's SHEN. Looks like these are all-time highs. And Wish. Yeah, Wish. Just hearing this one now. And quite a big pullback. It tried to get through 15, got above 15 just by a little bit, and then it pulled back. Yes, DD now breaking down through 12. You know, again, if you're unfamiliar with this, China steps up supervision of overseas listed companies. So indeed, he seems to be the one that they went after. Marin, man, what a run last week. And it's continuation. Look at this, MRIN up 34% now. A bit interesting day on Friday. Got up to 25.72. Closed 25% off, but right back up. MRIN. No specific news. Like, sort of wait and see if there's any headline that comes in. Nope. Okay, ODT. I'm led to believe this could be a meme stock today. ODT. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. So I'm getting sick of these meme stocks, guys, but I got to pay attention to them, I guess. So 37 million in the float, 12% short float percent. We'll see what happens. For those of you liking the really cheap ones, this is a sub $1 stock, ADXS, sub $1. They're doing a merger with a private company. So it's up 43%, 17 million shares. Huge float for a sub $1 stock, 133 million. Another one of these aggressive price targets being placed on a stock, AXLA, a $14 price, and there's the 200-day moving average. Look how it's stalled. Well, it got through it. I shouldn't say, did not really stall, to be honest. I mean, it got up to 440, 542 before it's pulled back to the 200-day. Wainwright's putting a $14 price target on AXLA. CCXI. No, I said ODT. Sorry, I better pronounce that better. I said ODT. This is all I could see was potential meme stock. Not OPT. CCXI. This one just ripped. It's pulled back somewhat. It's pulled back a lot, not just somewhat. Wow, 1841 down to 14. Well, that was the short of the. I'm sure somebody hopped on that. William, Peter. Yeah, there was an amendment to their new drug application. I mean, that was the news. Whoop-de-doo. Look at this. And TATT. Let's see. This was gapping down. And I don't see any. Well, it's an Israeli stock. It's not China, but I don't see any news on it exactly. So look at Blinn. Wow. Blinn and MRIN. They're dancing to their own beat, guys. Wow. XELA, I don't think I saw that one. As I say, there are way too many. I can't even go over them all. It's up 6%. Okay. I mean, what did it do last week? Got up to 322, 314 or so. I don't see any specific news on it. So I really don't know what else I can add. I mean, remember, it got up to 314 and it had basically a 3-day sell-off. I mean, it sold off that day and got all the way down to 186. I mean, listen, a lot of these can recover, of course, but there's no news on it. Trade of the week is SPRT. SPRT, considered live at 441. All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning. See if the analysts are back from their holiday, and the answer is a few of them. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades. Okay, guys, here are some of the upgrades this morning. And here are some of the downgrades. Not too many downgrades. What? Downgrading dominoes? Okay. Downgrading space, the continuation. All right, we have a downgrade for LLNW by Goldman. Let's take a look. I wonder why they would mess around with this. Yeah, the relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, Nick. It's because it's looking for the volume once the market opens, so there's nothing to compare it to. So it doesn't work. If you have anything, if you have any filter or any strategy, any top list, any alert window that's using relative volume and you got it active in the pre-market, you will get no data. Yeah, it's February 11th, isn't it? That the space launch. So again, guys, you can probably take your pick of China stocks. I mean, they're just rolling through right here. Look at these gap downs right here. So there's Lee, Tencent, ZH, GoTo, Tal, QFin. This is not a China stock. XPEV, Tiger. Just a ton of them just getting beaten up this morning. So I keep here. I thought the launch was July 11th, William. I could have sworn I read that that's when the launch was. And that's when he was going to be on it. But maybe I'm wrong. For space. Pitbull in the house. Good morning. There's no IPO channel. No, KJ. Just got to do a little bit of work, man. Like just do a little bit of work. Either create a symbol list with them in, or do what I was suggesting last week. All you have to do is, know what the IPOs are. Look at that calendar. Put the symbol in the chart. Create a price alert of $1, and then you'll know. Spagna, good morning. Dare I say good luck against Italy? I don't know. Have you guys played yet? Today, okay. All right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on Didi to see how much further it can crack. Cracked 11, cracked 12. Say I'm in this short at 12.50. I've covered some at 12.20, and now I'm just wanting to see how much further this can go down. All right, guys, this is another one that says, so this is another satellite. Wow, look at OSAT here. OSAT, wow. So I saw it down here, hadn't moved that much, but look at it now, OSAT. I'm sure, you know, space, space, space. Satellite communications, etc. OSAT. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. I'm looking. I'm keeping an eye on that UBX to see if it takes out 5. So take a look at OSAT, guys. I mean, look at the float. 1 million in the float. I mean, that's the reason why something like this can get up 60% already. Great volume. It's already traded the float almost 4 times. What's the high looking left here is 767. Wow, it's above that. So, I mean, look, guys, there's look at the room this has on the daily chart. I want to make sure this isn't a reverse split or something today. Okay. I mean, look at the room OSAT has, and I don't see any specific reason for it. Yeah, the gap and the change from the previous day's close is exactly the same in the pre-market. Okay, Mr. Hussein. So again, if you can use the gap filter or you can use the change from the close in pre-market, and those numbers will be the same. The gap, of course, is different once the market opens. That's the first print of the day. That's the gap, first print of the day when looking at it once the market opens. Okay, super glue. That's something they're going to have. I won't be able to help you. I'm going to send you to our homepage. Say exactly the same thing, okay? And make sure you give them the email address that you use to sign up. They're going to have to check your account. I just don't have the ability to do that, checking your account, okay? So, okay, what do you mean by post segments to another monitor? Are you talking about having Trade Ideas windows on other monitors? Rio? Okay, so very quickly, what time is it? 9:23. Very quickly, this is what you do. So I've got 3 monitors as an example. So I take my monitor, I take my what I'm going to call, this is my main monitor. I'll designate this as my main monitor. Put all my windows exactly where I want them on my main monitor. I'll put my other windows on my other monitors exactly where I want them. Once I've done that, I click on Tools and then Options. And you see where it says Layouts? Click on Layouts. And then Open Relative to Main Window. Check that and save it. Now when you close down Trade Ideas, make sure you save your work, okay? Because then when you load Trade Ideas the next day or later on, if you do close it down today and then reload it, all your windows will be exactly where you want them in all your monitors, okay? Zoom in on a chart. If you left click on the chart, all right, so that Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in. Left click on the chart, the control key press down on your keyboard, and then just scroll in and out using your scroll wheel on your mouse, okay? So left click the chart just to let Trade Ideas know what chart you're in, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then use the zoom, or use the scroll wheel in your mouse. All right, guys, we're getting set for this open abbreviated week. I mean, there is a ton of activity, though. I mean, look at the gap up and gap downs, guys. A ton of activity this morning. You know, these windows are always full, but sometimes, you know, you only get a few gap up and gap downs. So lots and lots of activity this morning already. Again, I'm just waiting for a further crack for the DIDI. See if it keeps falling here. Now, did I not read that a whole bunch of shares are coming available for CLOV? The restricted period lifted now for CLOV. I think I may have read that on the weekend. Morning, guys, in the YouTube room. Dev, Regetta or Regetta? Never know if those are hard G's or soft G's. And Johnny, and Alex, and Asiri, and Mike. All right, guys, I am now going to get set for this open. So, again, just concentrating, watching DIDI. One of the reasons taking this in the pre-market, of course, is that, you know, this is already down 23%. The uptick rule would have been in effect. I'm not saying I couldn't have got it once the market opened, but to ensure that I got it, I took it in the pre-market. Didn't have to worry about the uptick rule. Yeah, we checked out Berlin. Yeah. Whoa, there's UBX. It went down too quick. Wow, down through that $5 mark. There's that bottoming tail way down here. What time is that at? There's the classic bottoming tail at 8 o'clock that you see a lot of stocks have. No, Nathan, I would have no idea. You know, you'd have to show the logs to them. I really have no idea. I mean, the only other thing I can say, you know, if you understand how to use the limit, if you're trying to place an order, then the stock is running quickly, you know, and the limit will determine how far outside of when you wanted to place that order. How far outside of that are you willing to go? Other than that, I really can't help you. Sorry. All right, guys, what time is it now? We've got about 30 seconds to this open. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Yeah, I just can't help you, Nathan. I mean, they have to take a look at your logs to see what's going on. There's a ton of things that could be going on, and I just don't have. I don't look at the logs. They do. They meaning somebody at daytraders. Okay, we're open, guys. We are open, and typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so. I mean, I know I took the pre-market trade. That doesn't count. And we have got some halts right off the bat. We've got a halt for corn, for the corn fund on the way down. The corn fund on the way down. Wow, look at DD. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but I mean, I don't know who else is in that one with me. The DIDI, but now Linda's on the way down here. I got a lot of things very whippy in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm just answering somebody in YouTube. So again, I would go to our homepage, and they're going to ask you for the log. I mean, really, it's all they can do is take a look at your log. All right, guys, no matter what you think of CCXI, it is having a bit of a surge here. I mean, it got all the way down to flat. Okay, but it is popping again. And this is kind of well, not kind of, the news, such as it is an amendment to the new drug application. Clove getting slammed here. Again, I'm pretty sure a lockup period for a bunch of shares is over today. I'm pretty sure that's what I read over the weekend. CUEN. Let's take a look at CUEN. This was a big one from last week or the week before. Last week. So this one got halted, guys, and then resumed at that's 7:30. So it got halted on the way down. PRVB, after receiving complete review letter. So obviously that letter was not good. FDA did not like what they saw, so that's the reason this one is just getting slapped here, PRVB. Oh, good to have some company, PJ. And guys, I just want to say that promo code for 4th of July is still alive. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. It'll disappear, but you can still get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. I'll go over a lot of this in about a little less than an hour. All right, guys, I've covered most of my DD now. I want to see what it... I had to watch this one. Gosh, gone down to 1150. Didn't quite get it there, but little pop here. But look at Clove, C-L-O-V. I wish I could see that headline. I could have sworn I saw that a whole bunch of shares were available for trading today. Now, this one from last week, guys, SQBG. SQBG, this was the great call by Zach, who cannot hear me now, I don't think. So this one is still alive here, 27%, super low float. If you're going to take this one, you got to be careful, okay? Look at the float. Yeah, is it halted? Oh yes, I'm sorry, it is halted. That's why I saw it. All right, just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything happening. So maybe ODT was a meme stock, but it's not doing anything. ODT starting to give it up. ODT. I am afraid to look at that one. LKNCY, you know, that's the old LK. Wow. Yeah. Continues its march higher after being delisted, turfed to the pink sheet world. But what a recovery. Another China stock, guys, DOIU. No, here's one that just got halted. TPST just got halted. TPST just got halted. So this was an IPO back here, not too long ago, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. 5 days ago, IPO. Didn't really do very well. Drifted down, down, down. But look at this. The volume is just picking up. And this is TPST. This could be really interesting. This SQBG, guys, again, be super careful. 1 million in the float. But look what it did on Friday. Got all the way up here to $25. Meanwhile, another one, CLSD. Wow, a lot of action. So this is taking out, it's trying anyway to take out the high of 3 weeks ago. This is right there, $6. Not a low float, 45 million in the float. Don't know, Louis. I've seen that question before. I don't know. Maybe it's the version you're on. Maybe if you download the latest beta from our website, that might cure it. I've seen that question before. It never happened to me. Then I have no explanation. Sorry. The only thing I can tell you to do, well, no, the beta from the website. From the website. If you go to our website, whatever the beta is there, that's what I'm talking about. I'm always on a development version. Look at the CLSD guys now. So let's, just let me see what. So the latest version, here's the production version. Is there a beta version down here? Yeah, so the beta version is, what do they call it? There we go. Oh no, that's Bollinger Bands for international users, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can't tell what this version is. I'm trying to look here. Here we go. It's right here. So it's 4.2.234. Okay, 4.2.234. So if you don't have that, you might want to try it. Just here's the latest beta that is available. Okay. Meanwhile, PBTS, guys, PBTS is on the move here. Boy, a lot of action already this morning. PBTS, the next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's a minute here, it jumped. Looks like that's about $3. All right, guys, so, you know, we've got a couple now from the option scanner. Again, we're not trading the option. So take a look at VISL. To me, you know, there's just a bit of, the other one, BSQR, looks better to me. The VISL looks like there's a little bit too much resistance. This next high looking left is 622. You know, I mean, that's far enough away. Okay, you should grant this, save the link, okay? Go to our homepage, actually. Go to the homepage every day, and where it says trading room, that's where you go, okay? Really? Maybe you have to go. There's something a little bit different. But if you go to the homepage, every day, like that's what I have to do. I have to go to our homepage, click on the trading room and all that. So. Meanwhile, TPST opened. And a bit of a plunge here. A lot of action already, guys. Okay, Nathan, where it says help, and then it says sends files to support. Okay. No, you don't have to make an appointment. Just go to the home page and just basically, and then they're going to say send the files, and you find those send files to support is from help. Okay, help, and then it says send files to support. So again, go to our homepage and start the discussion. Okay, there's our homepage. Yeah, I'm all out of it. I'm completely out of the DIDI. Meanwhile, PFSW, look at this one. Not an all-time high, no, but how many are in the flow? 15 million, low float situation. All right, guys, as I said, this was the one from the option scanner, BSQR. I thought it was much better than the VISL. Just, you know, all you have to do is just look at the longer term charts. Look at all the I mean, I'm not saying VSL won't move at some point, but look at all the resistance there was. Whereas when you look at BSQR, something's going in here. BSQR, when you look at BSQR, you know, the next high looking left was up here around 622, so it had more room. Yeah, Blinn is not shortable. Sorry, Blinn is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And then, wow, no kidding. Opened up high and then it got halted again. SQBG, yeah. We're lucky enough to catch it before the halt. This halt right there. Well, CLSD is, again, not a super low float. 45 million in the float, so this is not a super low float. Let's see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at PFS Web. What do they do? Probably, okay, in Texas. Okay, so digital shopping, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's not a lifetime high. I don't know where the lifetime high would be. It is possible. No, it was trading over here back in 2018. 1186 was the high here. So, but that's, you know, that's 3 years ago. Okay, so we do see some news now. Live area business to Merkle for $250 million. So they're getting rid of a business. I don't know how much of their, I don't know how much of that is their whole business. Divestiture of live area to Merkle for $250 million. Now, I don't know how much, what they've got left as a business. Okay, now this one, this usually trades with U1, and so keep an eye on U1 also, OXBR. This is starting to get a little bit of life here, 5 million in the float, OXBR. Let's take a look at U1, see if that is following. And the answer is a little bit of a lag here. No, it isn't. So OXBR is trading on its own right now. And we have, so this just resumed. SQBG just, wow, just resumed. It will not stop. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so for me now in the CLSD, I see that it was actually came in the option scanner. So I'm going to stick an alert over 12, see if it takes it back later on today. Okay, guys, for those of you who probably know why I'm keeping an eye on this CTSO. What's the high over here? 808. Yeah, I mean 808, 8, and then after that 826. It's got some room. But it did hit. It's a real outlier here. 1139 or so in the pre-market for CTSO. I don't see a $20 move. I don't see a $20 move for it, but I mean, it was a big move for SQBG. There you go. And now it's got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, BSQR right back up. Again, there's the big level right there, 622, the high of 3 days ago. Hi-ho just got halted. HIHO just got halted. You know what? I traded this one years ago. I remember this symbol. And it's a very low float. So this is a China stock, yes. So looking left, 479 is the next high. Well, this is just getting still slapped here. DOYU, China stock. Just continues down. Lifetime low now for DOYU. Lifetime low. You're right, DD's having a bit of a bounce here, guys. DIDI having a bit of a bounce. I'm completely out of that short. Yeah, we've been talking, yeah, Void. We were talking about that in the pre-market, and I shorted it actually in the pre-market. But it is starting to bounce now. Somebody in our YouTube room is... Okay. All right, guys. Pola is making a move here. POLA is making a move here. Yeah, I got some lag going on in these charts a little bit, and I'm on this development version, of course. So POLA, what's the float? Wow, 7 million in the float. Next high looking left, 1160. So it's got to come through that. After that, if it can get through 1160, the next high looking left is 1220. So keep an eye on the Pola, maybe for an 1160 break. POLA. All right, guys. Let's take a look at what's happening from my watch list. OSAT 951. So this I had a pop up to 981, but not sustained yet. And of course, this one I'm kind of still waiting on. BSQR from my watch list. So far, quite nice from the option scanner. But, you know, a little bit choppy. So what happened when the SQBG? Okay, now keep an eye on it. I mean, you know, unless it really takes out this 2020 level, I mean, this could bounce from here. But remember, the float is really, really, really low. Okay, so if you're going to do this, just be awfully careful. All right, Hi-Ho just opened. What did he open at? HIHO. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room here. 479 is the next high looking left. Lots of resistance, you would think, right around here, though. MXC, that's that Mexico energy play, right? Yeah, it's some volume coming. Just need some volume, more volume. When you look left, Yeah, I mean, it's got on the monthly chart 1445, which looks, yeah, I mean, the weekly chart 1090. So, excuse me, it got up to 1140 before it pulled back. See if it takes out 11 again. Wow, this one, guys. Okay, this was really moving up here. The big pullback for a couple of weeks. The high on Friday. Looks like that's about 242. Takes that out. It's got room. I mean, then 325. So keep an eye on the CTXR for sure. I'm going to stick an alert right around there. Say 239, takes that out. It has a chance, you know, to get up to this area here. CTXR. Okay, so now I've got my price alert set. And my price alert set for MXC takes if it takes out 11 again. All right, so what is the market doing? So so a little bit of a disconnect. We have the Dow down, we have the SPY down, we have tech up just a little bit. So there's a little bit of a disconnect happening right now. Yeah, shorting all pops right now. Shorting. I mean, that's almost typical, no matter what the market is doing. But right now, especially with the market, it's going to help with the market drifting down the way it is. This doesn't have a lot of sustained action right now. Sustained action, in other words, certainly on the long side. Yeah, man, I mean, this LTXR, I mean, just look left. I mean, it's got the room. Let me just... Yeah, so the next high, again, looking left on the daily chart is 238. It's not a low float either, 123 million in the float. Just wanting to see, is there any specific news? Of course not. Look at the difference here, guys. We've got a few making the, satisfying all the criteria on the long side. A few. Look at all the ones on the short side. This one, AGFY, guys. I mean, it's underneath that whole number, 14. The next low looking left is way down here at 1337. So that has got enough room that maintains under 14. CTXR is getting closer. I just be, you know, I get a price alert doesn't mean I'm going to pile into it, but I do want to know. I'm sure it's above a channel of some sort. Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. There's just lots and lots of short alerts. All right, guys, CTXR. A little bit of a red bar ignored right here on the 2-minute chart. Excuse me, for CTXR. Straight up on the 5s, straight up on the 15s. Bit of a chase. Little pause there in the 2s. You guys have been talking about ALEC. Let's take a look at ALEC. Oh yeah, this had a big day on Friday. Sort of the start on Thursday, big day on Friday. Did sell off, 43 down to 35. Continuing somewhat today. Yeah, so we're just playing the chart, Void, okay? I mean, so many of the things we look at have actually no news at all. So, I mean, if you aren't going to play news, if you're waiting for news, for a lot of these, I mean, that's up to you, of course. Well, when I say short alerts, I'm not saying these are short. I'm just saying these are making new lows. So I shouldn't have called it short alerts. These are just stocks making new lows, which are, you know, potentially setting up as shorts. That's all. So I didn't mean it. I shouldn't have said it like that. Yeah, so okay, first of all, so Void, I mean, when I'm talking about these stocks that are moving with no news, you know, we're not looking to marry them. You know, if we can get a trade, somehow cash the middle 2/3 of the move, that's great. This is not a matter of fundamentals at all. Now, MPLN, you know I love these ones that are breaking down below the whole number. MPLN, it's got some, maybe guys, some support not that far away, unfortunately, for MPLN. If you're looking, look at 10 cent, TME. Another one just getting hammered here. These China stocks just getting hammered. Okay, market is still kind of drifting down here. All right, the BSQR is not doing too badly. both, well, only up a little bit from my watch list, but nicely up on the option scanner. 551 was the alert right there. You can see there's the blue candle or the blue arrow right there. That's telling you the time frame. There it is on the 2-minute chart, there's on the 5-minute chart, and there it is on the 15-minute chart. That's where the alert happened. All right, guys. New alerts now. Let's take a look at all these ones that showed up again, predominantly on the short side. Well, when I say short side, I mean these are stocks making new lows. I mean, could they bounce? Of course they could bounce, but they're on this list because they're below, well, of course this one, SLCA, way below the low of Friday now. Maybe coming into a support area around 12 for SLCA. There is a green bar ignored though, right there. Green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for SLCA. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were more down here around 11 mark. That would be, I'd be all over this one, but I just have this feeling 12 may hold it. Well, this one now is maybe taking out this, what I thought might have been a bit of a support area. I mean, listen, if it can get down through all that, then you've got 835 or so as the next support, potential support area for MPLN. This is just looking at a daily chart. Yeah, pick a China stock. I mean, TME. So here's a little energy, another little energy play, KOS. Okay, I wish something's going on here. Yeah, this looks like it's got pretty decent. Okay, something is going on. Sorry guys, this is in the development version. It seems that sometimes it wants to flip to the last stock. Like that. I don't know why that's happening. Guys, keep an eye on BLIN now. BLIN. And the big pullback, big pullback. And we got up to 1437, got all the way down to 1190. So 1199. That's a big pullback. I mean, it's still up 46%. Very low float. Traded the float 7 times now. You guys are talking about CBLI, Cleveland. Yeah, such a low float also, 7.7 million in the float. Now, why would it not show up here? I'm wondering if it's one of those ones that doesn't, that's being blocked because of the earnings. Or, well, let me just see. Keshki, if I'm pronouncing it right, good morning. You're about 3 minutes early, usually around 10:20. I welcome everybody who is new into the room and talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. And PLN, guys, continues this move down. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at identifying things like that. Somebody else might look at a 5-minute chart and see something differently from me. You know, I saw IC in the pre-market and I just looked at that news and went, again. Now it's actually gone negative. I mean, this is after it being way up here at 1068. So look at the SPY, guys, continues to drift down. We've got the Dow down, but we have this little disconnect going here. We have the SPY down, we have the Dow down. Tech is up a little. Not a lot, but it's up a little, so there is this disconnect. And can BSQR, yes, take out 6. Briefly, anyway. All right, guys, it's close enough. So first of all, if you are new to this room, welcome. This is the format. Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. We still have a promo code on, okay? So if you want to take, I'm just going to pop this into both rooms. Just give me a moment here. Just a hassle putting the links into YouTube room. I can't do it all at once. Just give me one more second here. All right, so there is the promo code, guys. So this will disappear tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? There's a promo code to use. Happy 4th. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on my homepage link that I put here. It's also up here from the tab. It's there all day long, of course. So if I click on the homepage link, my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, obviously don't use this promo code, okay? Use the Happy 4th. You'll get 25% off. Let's click on Get Trade Ideas, and let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the big plan, $22.68 a year minus a 25%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus a 25%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's a normal reason. There are some other differences, but that is a normal reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to take an annual subscription. You can go month to month if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, my recommendation, if you are not used to trade ideas, you don't know very much about the product, you can always start off with a standard. Take the 25% off for that first month. If you don't like it, no problem. Just tell us, you don't want to keep your subscription. But if you do like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo as long as you do it within 30 days. Okay? So that's my recommendation. Do not start off with an annual subscription if you do not know this program. More information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do. I usually do it around noon Eastern. The trade of the week is free. The stock of the day video is free. Now, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. This is the big scan section. You click here. Here's my layout. This is the layout that I'm sharing that you can see. And I have a lot of individual scans that I've created that you can take a look at. Especially if you have your own layout. You don't necessarily want my layout. But I've got all these individual scans, including the moving higher with unusually strong options that I talk about all day. And a big education section. So if you are new to trade ideas, I would really suggest you take a look at the 20 lessons. This will show you how you can create a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay? All the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can take a look at this also. Gives you an idea about what some of the basic features are. Daily support sessions. So again, you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss, actually. So save all your Brokerage Plus questions. I'm going to get into Brokerage Plus. Save them. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. I'm going to talk about creating strategy, back testing them, using Brokerage Plus a little more in a more advanced way. Save those questions up because Michael will be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. Daily webinars, again, Monday to Thursday. Obviously, yesterday was a holiday, so there was not one. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All free. You can sign up for them there. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. A little more information about our AI. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, I think this is a great series, guys. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? And it was created by Michael Noss. Trading ebooks. And this is all free. By the way, everything here is free. Trading ebooks. So a lot of information on my homepage. This is why I say all the time, save the link. Save the link. A lot of information in these two sections. All the scans and all the education. Don't expect you to do it all while the market, while this room is open. You can save the link and then you can take a look at all this at your leisure. So, man, so I have to do is just, here it is, okay? Just go to my home page, either click on my homepage tab, right there, see the link? When you click on it, this is what you'll see. And go to the scan section. Annoying. Go to the scan section. And you see it says Barry's layout. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, so now a little explanation about what Traded is all about. I have to do this because there are always new people into the room wondering what they're seeing. So first of all, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. What you see here is a scan that I created called, very easy one, basic new highs and lows. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So let's take a look at this scan that I created. You always start off with filters, to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So what I'm looking for in this particular scan, I'm only interested in stocks between $1 and $20. This is the powerful filter. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. With a minimum volume 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the market. It doesn't really matter what these are. I'm just sort of showing you the concept. This is how you start off. And then, if a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, so that's an example of a scan. The nice thing is you do not have to know a programming language. What we did is we said, okay, listen, let's try to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts. You see these icons. And then scroll down, 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 down. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that we've created enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can combine them in a way to give them a scan they're looking for. So no programming language to use. Now, when you're starting out, of course, I have created a lot of scans, my layout. You don't even have to know how they're created. Just load them. You can take a look at them. For instance, if you wanted this basic new highs and lows, again, you right-click on the chart, on the scan, click on summary. So you may have a different idea about a price range. That's okay. You just click on the icon. You can make the change. I want to go 10 and 60. Notice when I click on summary how that has changed now. Okay, I'm not going to change it. But again, when you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can take my scans and you can customize them for your style of trading. Of course, you can create your own scans. And we have a channel bar. New. From our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar. And all of these channels are theme related. They're all layouts. And within each one of them, there could be some scans that you might want to save to the cloud to add later on to your own layout. So you don't have to, now remember, these are layouts. I'm going to have to keep saying this for a while. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure that you do save your layout to the cloud before you click on any one of these, which are layouts. Now, I just want to go over the AI a little bit. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Make it easy on yourself. This is what you'll see. You'll see this window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. You don't have to get in right at the time of the alert. You want to watch to see how it's trading a bit, that's fine. Okay? But that's how I would use the AI. I wouldn't worry about the different segments, Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. I also wouldn't worry about the strategies that they're coming from. Just have that window loaded. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. There's no video on how to use the AI. It can be used in many different ways. I use it like a watch list. I happen to like the ones that are under $20, but that's me. Okay, guys, now what I want to do is talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this big blue window. We call it Brokerage Plus. DD starting to move down. I don't have it anymore. DIDI starting to move down again. So this is what we call Brokerage Plus. Now this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Two ways to use this. And you notice here it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath it says Live or Sim. So there are two ways to use this window. LLNW, guys, had a Goldman downgrade this morning. I don't know why they're messing around with such a cheap stock. But anyway, LLNW had a Goldman downgrade this morning. This is the Brokerage Plus link that I'm going to put in here. All right, so the link has two videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it's fine. You don't have to use Brokers Plus, of course, to use Trade Ideas. It's just an option that we have. If you want to use it, great. If you don't want to use it, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, that's fine. It's just an option that we happen to have. The second video goes into a lot more detail, and that's why I'm saying Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room at noon. He's one of our Brokers Plus experts. But it goes into a lot more detail about the more advanced ways you can use it. And that is in the second video. It's about 26 minutes long, and Michael created it. Another way to use this is as a simulator, okay? Paper trader. So, say it every day. And I'll say it every day. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. Notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at, etc. I always like to demonstrate it, though, first, show you how you can take a trade on, say, a pullback. It seems to be a pretty popular thing to do. Look at UBX, guys. I completely lost sight of it. This was my after DIDI in the pre-market, the one I wanted to short. Again, one of these little bios that releases phase one information, a little bit of an excitement, but it's phase one, all right? A lot of times this is exactly what happens. So let's take a look at something here. Let's see if I can find something that all right, let's see. Let's take a look at this CLSD. Now, would I do this? Not necessarily, but let's take a look at this and say, look at all these bottoming tails here. Let's see if that would hold, okay? So I would like to take this trade if, say, down at 635. Down at this level here. Again, I'm not saying I want to do this. It's just a matter of showing you how you can do things like this. So you would pick how many shares you would want to do it at. And what did I say? The bottom of that candle. Let's see if that held. So I'm going to type 638 into both of these boxes here. And click the buy button. You're going to see a big blue line on the chart. So if CLSD comes down to that 638, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, if at some point you looked at this, you've put this in now, but the market is drifting down, 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 down. You think, you know what? I don't want to take that trade anymore. You just go to the orders, and there it is. Right click, cancel. Okay, I'm going to leave it in. If it happens, it happens. Again, this is just demonstrating how you can do this. Now, here's how you do take a trade right off the bat. And this is when we'll start talking about money management. And the whole concept of, you know what, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a place where you're going to get a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. And that, of course, is what we call a stop. Where is that price? Well, that is only going to come with practice, okay? Because that's the number one problem. Not problem, but I mean, you might listen to me and hear, well, okay, I get the fact that I should get out at a certain price, but how am I going to know what that price is? Well, again, start looking at charts over and over and over again. How I do it anyway, I try to size it up, see where I think support is. And there is where I think if it breaks down through that support level, I should be out of the trade and just move on. So let's see if I can find one. And I mean, most stocks are drifting down. I'm trying to show one that you might want to take on the long side. I see Polar there. I almost said polar bear. What's the spread like? You see the spread isn't great. So yeah, I know it's just for demo purposes, but I'm just trying to find one that might make a little more sense just based on the spread. All right, let me take this CCXI, okay? I want to take it right here. I'm going to show you what I'm doing. Spread it, spread just, you know what? I'm just going to take it. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to buy right at the market. Would I normally do this? No, but again, just trying to show you I can do this. Okay, see, it took the trade at 14.56. I'm going to put a stop at 14.36. And that is just to make the math super simple. You're going to see a red line is going to appear on the chart right there. So, would I have put it there? Probably not. Probably would have put it down here around 14.26 or so, below that if I took this trade. But I'm just trying to make the math easy. So, two things. Know where you're going to get out of the trade, and then that will shear size you. Because the other aspect is, okay, if I know now where I'm going to get out of the trade, how much am I willing to risk on the trade if it does go against me in terms of dollars? If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. In this exercise, I said, okay, I can risk $100 a trade. I know it says 103, it's sort of a bit of a rounding error, okay? So if I allowed this to happen, if I allowed the price to get down to 14.36, it'll take me out for a $103 loss. Why did I take 500 shares? Because here is my entry, 14.57. Oh, okay, I know why now. That should have been at 14.37. Okay, my stop, 14.37. That would have been 20 cents away. 20 cents into $100 gives me 500 shares. Now I know why it says 103. I just made a slight mistake. That should have been at 14.37. Again, just to make the math easy. But typically, this is how it would work. Of course, you know where your entry is before you get into a trade. You know where your stop is. You subtract the two, divide that into how much you're willing to risk. So again, if it's $100 and it was 20 cents and it was a 20-cent stop, I was just trying to make the math easy. If you're risking $50, if you're risking $200, whatever you're risking will be dependent on your account size. Okay, so that's the concept of a stop and how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Now, if you're good enough that you can obey your stop, you can do it manually, but I'm almost going to guarantee that when you first start out trading, you'll start second guessing your stops when the trade starts working against you, because sometimes you just get so stubborn. You'll get into a trade, you're hearing great things, our trading room is talking about it, you saw the press release, it looks really good, and yet it's not working. It starts drifting down, the price starts drifting down to your stop. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving it down. Now, that's a pretty dramatic one, down to 13.44. But if you allow that to happen, you know, you'd be out $560 instead of a manageable $100 stop or $100 loss. So how to counter? So again, this will happen. I almost guarantee it. You'll start reducing your stop, moving it down, down, down before you finally give up and sell it for a much larger than whatever that manageable loss was meant to be. So how to stop that, of course, is by leaving your stop in place. You know, if you're constantly doing that, just leave your stop in place, take you out, and you just move on. Now, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, of course, then you can't use our charts to do this. But your broker will have another way to do it. Okay, they'll have it very, very similar, how you can place a stop and then you allow yourself to be taken out. You can always move on. Or I shouldn't say it like that. You can always trade it again if the setup happens again. See that? I just got taken out. Okay, I just got taken out. No big deal. Okay, I can move on. And if it sets up again, I can always get back into the trade. I wanted to show you what that looks like. How it takes you out of the trade, and it took me out for, you know, about $100 loss. And notice that the CLCD, we put in to take it on a pullback. It took the trade right here. These are hotkeys, by the way. So for instance, in this particular one, the CCXI, when I place a stop, I don't always wait for myself to be stopped out. If I don't like the way it's trading, or I'm looking at the market, maybe the market is just too against me if I'm trying to go long, I can always get out before the actual stop gets hit. You know, that's obviously my prerogative. My stop is my absolute worst that I want to have, or loss that I want to have in a trade. Excuse me. And that's it, guys. So practice trading. Practice, practice, practice trading. How long you practice will be up to you. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Okay? Just forget about it. If you can make money in the simulator, great. No guarantee you'll make money once you have money on the line. Once you have money on the line, it changes. Like it just changes. Your whole outlook changes. Your discipline sometimes flies out the window. You know, you become way more emotional than when it's just play money. But I'm telling you, if you cannot make money in the simulator, you know, forget about trying to trade your account. Yeah, David, I don't talk too much about, especially when people are new, they're very reluctant to short. So I don't talk too much about shorting, you know, for people who are new. So I mean, the question was obviously if you're shorting something, then the stop is above the price you get into. But you know, this is you know mainly directed to people who are new to trading and trying to you know grasp the idea of a stop, money management, etc. All right, guys. So now let's take a look at what's happening here. Just looking at about some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything interesting is happening. Market continues down. Bit of a bottoming tail there on that 15-minute chart. Looked like maybe the sellers were going to give up for a while, but not yet. There's another red candle. So this disconnect is slowly dissolving. Look at the NAS, it's just up 9. So let's take a look at what the overall markets are doing. Again, guys, don't ask. hopefully this week, but I don't know when this version, the doc version, is going to be released to you guys. And this will allow you to have your own your layout loaded at the same time as going to our channel bar and clicking on the different channels. Okay, so I like to take a look at this one, the sector status. And this gives you a snapshot of what the market is doing. These are the major sectors, healthcare, consumer staples, finance, tech, etc. So remember what I'm saying. I mean, tech is up a little bit, but look, most of the stocks are still down for the day. There is, every sector. There's no one sector that's really running counter to the market. Look at energy as an example here. Every single stock that makes up the energy sector, XLE, is down for the day. Every single stock. That's why that says 100%. So if you're trying to find, a sector that is mildly positive, that's why we're looking at XLE. Look at ISEE, guys, now. Well, that almost went negative. This almost got, look at this. It got all the way down here, and now the pop. Huge pop. Massive pop. Big pop. I don't know if any... Give me a moment here. All right, so that's the reason for the pop. The reason for the pop is that hearing, quote unquote, this is what the headline says, Credit Suisse is setting a new street price of $16 on it. So they're pumping this thing, putting a price target of 16. Yeah, that was the initial news, Mookie. Okay, pre-market, but this is what I'm seeing here, though. I think this is the reason for this pop. That news that you're talking about was in the pre-market. Actually, I may be wrong. Because what I saw in the pre-market was a special protocol assessment. I don't know if that's the same news that you're trying to post. Anyway, so here we go, guys. So this is what you can take a look at. You can kind of get a gauge about what the overall market's doing. There's only no positive sector. Everything is under 100% or 50%. So there is no positive sector. But you can just see energy is the worst sector. There's not one stock up. Materials is next. There's probably, now an interesting way to look at it though is there's only one stock right now that is up in materials. Maybe you take a look at it and see, wonder why. Why is this one up though it's falling? You know what I mean? So again, this will be available maybe this week. Today is a Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting. I will take a look at, I'll ask the question again, when is it going to be available? Well, if you can't see it, G-Trade, that means you can't see my monitor, so you might have to do a refresh. You can't see it, but it's available for you. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on our channel bar, and then click on Sector Status. Right there. Well, if you can't see my screen. If you can't see my screen, you might have to just do a refresh, though. Or change browsers. Well, I had it. I'm not going to have it up and running the whole time. I just had it up and running right here. Okay. But I'm not going to have it up and running. I'm just demonstrating how you can do this. Yeah, it's a channel bar. But for you, it's still in the channel bar. What I'm demonstrating here is the new docked version of Trade Ideas so that you can still have your layout up and running and yet load a channel from the channel bar. Okay? All right, guys, I'm just, give me a moment here. I am following an internal Trade Ideas discussion here. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Well, I sort of lost sight of this one. This is one that we're talking about. You're going to be chasing it down in the 15s, but a little bit of a this. I'm sorry, the one I'm talking about is MPLN. So I mean, yeah, multi-plan. For some reason, I thought this was an energy play, but I guess it is not an energy play. Actually, here's an little energy play that's actually moving. This is GLOP. I'm sorry. This is deep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just looks gas log. I'm sorry. Deep sea freight transportation. So this is GLOP. This is actually moving. It's had a pretty good 4 days now. Again, look where it could. If it really gets rolling here, GLOP. I mean, look where it was a few months ago, right way up here at $20. Oh, look at the market now, guys. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have had an hour and 15 minutes straight down. I mean, the market was just kind of basing in the pre-market. I mean, it was really not doing too much. Market open, so look out. I think you meant glop, not glob. LLNW, where is it going? I mean, this is the Goldman downgrade. I'm so surprised that they would even bother with this, but anyway, Goldman downgrade. I mean, this is pre-market and market opens and it's still continuing down. Okay, guys, demonstrating the hotkey. Flatten, gets out of position. Just have to highlight your highlight the stock you want to get out of. You can hit flatten, and that'll get you out. And again, I don't know why I thought this was a energy play. MPLN. So again, that next low looking left, way down. Well, not way down here, but 820. But it's such a chase mode right now. Right there was a decent entry right here on that 5-minute chart. Go to the home page. Piano man, go to the home page and just say that's what you want to do. Make sure you give them your email address that you use to sign up for it, okay? All right, guys, give me a moment here. Some housekeeping. Yeah, guys. I mean, I don't talk about it. It's not fair for those of you who have the AI, but I don't mind talking about it now. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but 783 was the alert from the AI. And as I've said, probably, well, every day, the AI alerts that I like are the ones under 20. And this has taken a long time, but and there's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. Yeah, it had the news in the pre-market. Cleared to start pivotal trial for anti-thrombotic. Boy, Blinn, guys. Blinn. Remember how it looked like can't stop, won't stop earlier this morning? This is one that is not shortable for me. All right. Oh man, now this one is a crazy one. Oh, I actually got halted on the way down. We've seen this one. IMTE. We've seen this one do insane moves. Witness this one over here. This was back in 2018, all the way up to $43. I think this even went higher. I might be wrong. On nothing. On nothing. Well, you were in the room, yeah. I mean, you heard me talking about the UBX phase one. Just I can concentrate on the phase ones. You see something in the pre-market, and it's phase one, even phase two, and it's one of these small ones. So many times this is exactly what happens. Oh yeah. Well, of course when I opened when I at 4 in the morning my time, yeah, I saw this. I mean, it's just primo, guys. Just whatever time you start your pre-market work, when you start seeing these little ones and it's only phase one or phase two, you know, you concentrate. The only reason I missed this really is because I was, more concentrating on the DIDI, which worked out very well for me. But I didn't miss it so much as I was waiting for the 5 break. But anyway, yeah, I mean, just going forward, you see these little bios, phase one, phase two, and if you have the ability to short it, like not all brokerage platforms will have shorts available, but if you have the ability to short it, really, really pay attention to them on the short side. It's been like this so long. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Just waiting on a. I mean, this going forward. I mean, I doubt very much it's going to do it today. But 742, it's not a super low float. 32 million in the float. You just see over here though. This is a few months ago, of course, 742. But if this has a rally this week, all week for whatever reason, and somehow it takes out that 732, you can look to see what could start to happen. I'm not saying it's going to, of course, but it's definitely crawling off the bottom here. Well, guys, I was talking about SLCA earlier. Could it take out that whole number? And man, I've just missed it. Not just missed it, but it took out 12, well, not 12. I think it was 13 I was looking at. 13. Now, down below 12. Now, when you look left on SLCA, looks like there could be some support around 11, 1110, 1120. Boy, oh boy, look at Blinn just. How's Marin doing? My guess is maybe MRIN is doing something the same. Not quite as dramatic as Blinn, but it is not. I mean, at one point, remember, this was up to $28. So it's dropped $5. All right, guys, I am just kind of I'm actually waiting to see if DIDI has a bigger bounce in it. Boy, be interesting to see what this does tomorrow. This blend, you know, I mean, it is sold off quite a bit. 14.52 the highs. Excuse me. So it's dropped $3 almost from the highs. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, BSQR is right back up. Can it take out 6? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say about this SQBG is that at least it's kind of holding. I mean, this is the key area, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but right around here, 2080 or so, which is about a little over $1 from where it is right now. That is the key area for it to hold. If it doesn't hold that, I think it'd be over. ADXS, isn't that the, yeah, that's that penny stock, right? Sub dollar. Yeah, they're doing some kind of a merger. I typically don't look at stocks under $1. I did mention it in the pre-market when I was talking about stocks. It's on the, you know, I mean, it's here, you know, right there. The actives. I just don't typically look at stocks under $1, but they're doing a merger with a private company. But I'm sure you know that. Yeah, so I don't look at level 2 at all, Cam. So somebody else might be able to help you. I'd concern myself more with, you know, if you're day trading something with the time and sales. How fast is it trading? Boy, this is just bouncing at that 6 level. BSQR just trying to take out 6. 622. Yeah, so I'm a wrong person. I just don't use level 2. So I don't believe in it. But again, I'm always say it like this. I don't believe in it, but if a person can use level 2 and they can use it to their advantage, go for it. Okay, give me a moment, please. Excuse me. Just waiting to see if this can really take out that 6. And then the next level is 622. I'm talking about BSQR. And who knows, maybe get a shot of that high of 4 days ago for BSQR. Yeah, I'm a little afraid of IMTE. All right, guys, there it goes. BSQR. There it goes. BSQR. I mean, there it is, right at the high now. 622, 3 days ago. Yeah, I don't. I mean, the IC. Yeah, I don't. Okay, news pre-market, kind of fluffy. Look what happened. Dropped, and then more news came out. Credit Suisse putting a $14 or $15 price target on them. So I mean, that's it. Is that right time? What do you mean by that? Oh, I can't make any comments like that. Stock guidance. I mean, right now, I mean, it's just, to me, it's starting to drift down. It's not, you got to hope that this holds 769. But I can't tell you if this is a right time, wrong time. I can't make decisions like that for you. But right now, I mean, it's weak. Oh, you're right. Okay, it's halted. I don't see the halt because it's under 20,000. Well, we definitely have one good winner from the option scan, guys. 551. I'm not saying it was easy. Okay, it was doing a lot of chopping around, but at least it's one that had some sustainability. Especially in the face of what the market's doing. Now everything is down. Well, I'm hoping your fib for BSQR is anywhere close real. This is another one that was flying in the morning. BLRX. Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, $4 now down to $3.20. And what was the news on that one? I didn't see any news on that one. Couldn't tell if it was a phase one. Didn't see any news on it. Look at the volume that came into BSQR. And this is what I am. Come on, hurry up. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the volume here, guys. The 15-minute. This will be, let's see, it's 3 minutes to close. This will be the biggest volume bar of the day. Look at the volume that's coming into Glop here, guys. Now this is shortable for me. Interactive brokers. So 595. I don't see. Let's see where the next high is. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 595. That's probably going to be about the same on the weekly. Yeah, on the weekly. So I mean, I'm not saying you have to wait for it to get to 595, but there is not a lot of resistance until then, other than the fact that it's gone, crazy, crazy parabolic. All right, guys, BSQR right back up. Just a second. My headset is just about to die. Just a second. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay. BSQR just chopping around here. I want to see if we can just. Oh, look at DD, guys. DIDI. Look at DIDI. It is now starting to make this move right there. Look at the move it's making. DIDI. All right, guys. Give me another moment with my headset. All right. Come on, Real. Use your fib magic on the BSQR. Yeah, I need it 686 though, right? Or 88. I'm kidding you, of course. Okay, Matt, you can do this in one of two ways. First of all, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Okay, so you can do this in one of two ways. I mean, you can create a chart, all right? Put the volume in and any other indicator that you want in every chart, and then just right click and duplicate it. Okay, now it's gonna it. You should just see duplicate. I mean, I've got all these other things here. Okay, the other way you do it, and then if you duplicate it, then you know it's going to show up exactly the way you want it. The other way to do it is if you right click and then say, create your volume, all the other indicators that you want, and then right click and save as default. So that means then if you went to new chart window, it will have all the indicators that you want in every chart, including volume. Okay, make sense? But maybe the easiest way is just to duplicate the chart. Right click, duplicate, and then let's see how that trade of the week is doing. I thought it was drifting down. Yeah, so 441 was the trigger, but that didn't happen. I don't think that happened when the market opened. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it did. I mean, you don't have to take the trade there, but if you did, you've got to stop. You just have to obey it. You're obviously not looking at the same stuff that we are, value. This market was, this morning was unbelievable. Yeah, just have some patience, lunchtime and then after hour, and then once lunch is over. Well, we seem to see a few that just scream higher. All right, guys, let's see now. I want to make sure Michael is in the YouTube room at noon. So you have any questions about using Brokerage Plus? Maybe creating strategies, things like that, back testing them, etc. Today's your day. Head over to the YouTube room when I take my break. I will put the link in. No, all the cloud ones, yeah, they don't replace. The only way you can do it, I mean, if you're saving things to the cloud, no. There's no way to do it. You're just going to have the same one. You just have to look at the timestamp. Now, if you save it to your computer, of course, save layout. Then if you can overwrite your layout. Yeah, so you just can't do it with the cloud links. Oh, don't ask me why something you think there's good news and it sank. I have no idea. Obviously, the news wasn't good enough. you know, I mean, look, yeah, I mean, it had a nice pop after hours on Friday, and on Friday. I don't know what the news was, but you drive yourself crazy if you try to figure stuff like that out. Doggone it, I'm not in this one, but this looks really interesting. The DIDI, this pop that's happening. I didn't take it. All right, guys. Let me just see if I can see anything. Look at Click here. What is Click doing? KLIC. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's getting hammered here. Little break out of that consolidation for CLIC. Maybe that has some support around 53. You did? Okay. Thank you, Ori. All right, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in when I take my break. It is Michael in the room. So again, Any questions about using Brokerage Plus? Any questions about, some of you like to back test your own strategies. He does stuff like that. I don't do any of that. But I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to when I'm on my break. Boy, this is just not stopping here. I mean, look at there, little bit of a base right there for glop. I thought they had some other stocks that would trade along with them, but I don't see it really. I've got my similar right here, you see. So there's the glop. But nothing seems to be similar to this. I mean, this is similar, like competitors, I should say. Meanwhile, VLRX continues down here. Boy, it's a shortable one too, but it's just too late for me. What is the news on this one? I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news. I see no news for glop. They're just doing it. And it's not a crazy low float. What are the other tankers doing? TNK. Come on. Look at TNK, guys. I mean, it's not doing what glop did, but it certainly is interesting if it can ever take out 1460. I mean, look at it on the daily chart. A bunch of highs right around this level. Takes out 1460. It's got a shot to the 1580s. And all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I see Glop. How did I miss this? Jeez. How in the world did I miss this from my option scanner? I didn't even realize it was here in the option scanner. Must have had a competing sound alert. Well, this is what I'm talking about right there at 5:01, 11:25. All right, here's another one that is having a pop here. Look at the volume. BHTG. Look at the volume coming in to BHTG for whatever reason. And what's the float like? 23 million in the float, so popped up to 180, pulled back. This is shortable. Also, at a big consolidation on the fives, and it just moved higher. Let's see what it's really going to do here. And this is the BHTG. Next high looking left at 183. What did it get to today? 182. So it just stalled right almost to the penny of that high of 3 months ago. DTST, okay. DTST. Yeah, no kidding. I don't know why it's not showing up. Probably it's one of those, I almost guarantee it. It probably has just, it's being blocked because of the earnings filter. And when you look left, 956, so it's got room. It's got a ton of room on the monthly chart anyway. Take a look at it on the weekly to back this out a little bit more. And that's the same thing, 910. So, I mean, this definitely has room. DTST. Just wondering why it doesn't show up on my... Well, again, I think I know why. It's because it's the earnings filter. Every now and then, some of these stocks, they just they get blocked because of my earnings filter. Mr. Mike C, hello there. Just waiting for Michael to show up. All right, so what I'm going to do is just going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking off pretty soon. Such a low float. Again, look at glop. Glop, glop, glop. Wow. You know, it's been pretty steady too. I mean, little base there, not much. Little pullback there. Hardly anything here. You know, from 425. Wow. Big miss by me, especially from my option scanner. Even if I waited, even if I thought I was a little late, that option scanner at 501. All right, guys. Michael says he's in.
All right, everyone. Let's first start testing the sound here. Make sure that's coming through okay. Seems to. Now let's go to the desktop here. All right, I see that as well. So everything looks good. Let's see how many people are. Yeah, a little under normal, but that makes sense. So again, if anyone is new here, I know that most of the people showing up today are usually the old fogies who've been around long enough. But what we do is we give Barry a little bit of time off. We open up the room for an entire hour for Q&A about trade ideas, trading, whatever it is that you want to know. If you guys don't know me, my name's Michael. I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, and I've been consulting with them since 2016, I think. So my focus is, the AI and back testing and Brokerage Plus and that type of stuff, which Barry talks about a lot. But really, using the program that long, I should be able to help you out with whatever you need. So feel free to ask questions. The more you ask questions, the less I will ramble on about random stuff the way I'm doing now. Awesome. Thanks, Kev, for letting me know it's working. Mike C with the awesome intros as always. Geez, I should put that on my business card, Mike. That was a good one. So I know this one's probably going to be a little slow because the market's super slow because not many of you Yankees down there will be trading this week. Right? It's one of those weeks that if you wanted to take the week off, it would be a good time to do it. So a lot of banks and traders and hedge funds and that type of thing are all going to be, taking the time off, and that leads to slow markets, which leads people to worry about slow markets, which leads to slow markets, which leads to people worrying about slow markets, and so on and so forth. So, the biggest advice that I always give into these weeks is that it's just not time to swing for the fences, really. Right, now's one of those weeks to hit signals, right? If you're up a little bit on a trade, I usually, on weeks like this, I'll just take it. Where usually I'm a pretty staunch, looking for 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward plays. But on slow weeks like this, I'll be a little more lax with that. Yeah, Kev asking. And again, more questions, the less I ramble on about stuff. But Kev's asking, anyone catch that insane after-hour action last Friday? Yeah, and I don't know if I talked about that while I was on here with you. It's one of the plights about a lot of what I do is analyze the market, and then the rest of what I do is talk about the analysts I've done on the market. So I never know who I've chatted with what. But that was all the Russell rebalance insanity. So that should be done for the next little bit. What happened last Friday had to do with, the stocks being added and removed from indexes, and they all do that for some reason at like the close of day on a Friday before then, which just, again, doesn't make any sense to me, but that's how it's done. So that causes all kinds of craziness as market makers and hedge funds and prop firms and all this try to decide, how am I going to get filled on these massive positions to get things into and out of exchanges? And there's a whole bunch of kind of backroom negotiation about that type of thing. If you're actually interested in the mechanics, mainly what happens is at the end of the day, the market makers will say, for example, right, they'll like say Apple is getting removed from some Russell index, right? What will happen is there's a kind of communication network that most retail people won't have access to. Some may, but they'll just basically go and say, okay, I have to sell, 4 million shares of Apple on the close because it's getting removed from XYZ ETF. And they put that, I believe, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 10 or 15 minutes before the market closes. So then what happens is this whole bidding process from all these different prop firms and hedge funds where they'll go and they'll say, okay, well, I'll take the other side of that. I know you've got X amount of million to sell. I'm going to buy from your X amount of millions you need to sell and hopefully get a good little price on that. And then, flip that out into the market at a later time, or I'm already short and I'm going to use that to cover things like that. So they send out this kind of, hey, we need to take this trade ping to everybody. And then everybody pings back, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. And then what happens a lot of the times is that will actually flip. So The flip of it will, all of a sudden they had, say, 2 million shares to sell. So maybe 3 million shares of it were worth the buy. So then the market maker goes back out and says, okay, well, now I've got 1 million shares to buy instead of 2 million shares to sell. Who will take the other side of that trade? And then there's all this back and forth, and it's happening across all of these different securities on these Russell rebalance days. And it just creates for some shenanigans, right? So what I generally do when those days occur is for the last 15 minutes or so of that day, I will just cancel any orders I have to avoid the whippiness. And then it all kind of smooths out in the next day. So it's one of those things that if you're trying to scalp around that time, you may have a hard time, but net, if you didn't look that day, wouldn't have been a huge day. Oh, confessional box burn BLNN. Ooh. Hope you weren't short. I mean, whenever you have a bad trade like that, and I just, if we're having a confession corner, might be get out of here. Might be an okay time to talk about it, but you have to look at it, even if it was a bad hit, and you have to say, was that bad hit part of my trading plan and style? And if it was, and you've done the math and you've done the work, and over time that your trading plan and style will be profitable, then you take it, and it hurts, but you really wouldn't have changed anything, right? Because that's your trading style. If it's not part of your trading style, well, then that's when you have to sit down and have a come to God moment and say, well, why'd I take it if it wasn't part of my trading style? And that's where a lot of people, I think, have problems, is trying to see whether or not something's a good trade or a bad trade is almost damn near impossible without the context of a trading plan. And I always make the joke that I could wake up, walk into my office here, smash my head as hard as I could on this keyboard, and I could make 20 grand today, right? With my account size and all that. In theory, it could happen. Doesn't mean it's a good trading tactic, but it's so you always have to compare, right? There's the old saying, there's good trades and bad trades, and there's winning trades and losing trades. So make sure you separate those out. And it's easy to do when you're doing kind of the post-mortem of a really bad trade, but I think it's important to do when it's a good trade as well, right? It's probably more important to do on your good trades than your bad, just to make sure, again, you're staying honest with yourself about. And the question I always ask, and it comes down to a pretty simple question, is if I did that 10,000 times with proper risk management, of course, what would happen, right? And if you had done that 10,000 times with proper risk management, and it would have been a success over 10,000 times, then great. And if not, not so much. And since I always seem to take a moment to plug my stuff while I'm on these streams, I haven't gotten yelled at for it yet. So I did this video on the weekend that seems to be getting some good traction. It seems to be decently well received. Let me grab it here for you. Hold on. More importantly, the dog wants to lie down under the desk, so I have to move my chair. All right, here we go. Where I basically talk about risk management in terms of our multiple trading. And that may not be new to a lot of people, and that's fine, but some people may look at that and learn something from it. Again, it seems to be getting okay traction, but that's part of the trading kind of checklist for me is, did I size and position myself in terms of R, and did that make sense? And did I risk the percentage of the account that I was planning on, and then something occurred that I couldn't help? That's the nature of trading. That's the risk premium, right? That's why you make above and beyond. When you're right, you make above and beyond market rates, because you're taking risk above and beyond market rates. So, right, before you're too hard on yourself, don't be so hard on yourself, is what I would say. Just sit down and do a write-up like that, right? This is the trade I took. This is my trading plan. How closely did they line up? Where did they deviate? Would I do it again? Right? And it's really hard to look at a trade that you're not doing well on and say, yeah, I'd do that again 100 times. But I've had really, really bad trades that, after sulking about and everything, I have an honest chat with myself and an honest thought, and I go, no, I'd do that again. Right? It didn't work out, and it hurt. There was, a gap outside of my control or something like that. But I would do that again. And I find from those situations, you can learn a whole bunch. I wonder if GameStop's, this is the day. It's just holding on to that 50-day moving average there for dear life. If it loses that, things could get ugly. Right? It's one of those, we've got this series of lower highs every time. Yeah, every time we seem to break from lower levels. So at some point, everyone's going to give up. And I know everyone thinks that, right, 8 trillion people are short this and it's going to $1 trillion a share, but I don't believe so anymore. I think the hedge funds have figured out Wall Street bets at this point. I think they have a game plan. I think they have people kind of in there watching it. They're going to know what's going to move before the Wall Street bet guys know what's going to move. So it'll just be interesting to see. Now, what are the other ones? BlackBerry. I have to check on these now because I don't trade these. AMC, GME. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Right, I just stick to what I know. I trade Holly Neo intraday, and then I trade, my own swing strategies after that, and that's all there is to it. This TPTX is very interesting. It's like a little bear flag there on the daily. Keep telling friends about this dynamic. They have more resources and more to lose. Yeah, more resources when it comes to money, but also more resources when it comes to talent. Like, I worked 10 years in the hedge fund space, right? I know all about what they do and don't do and how it works in there. And I know from, again, my years in the hedge fund space that when this all started, there was a lot of hedge funds that were very smart right off the bat and would have said, hey guys, they would have grabbed some super genius NLP machine learning programmer guy and paid him $500,000 a year and says, okay, I want you to build a robot that's going to tell me what these kids are piling into next. And, the more old school funds probably would have just grabbed people, right? People with, degrees in social media manager type people and would have hired them at ridiculous income rates and said, okay, your job is to sit here and read Reddit all day and figure out what the kids are going to do next. And by all day, I mean they probably have 24-hour shifts. They just have so much when it comes to manpower and talent that they can throw in it. And that's, again, why I just don't focus on that kind of stuff. Tesla, again, your time frame, I don't know any of that. I'm a swing trader, so I'll look at it from swing trading time frame, and it looks pretty ugly. Right? We had this nice consolidation. It's got rejected from 700. There's obviously a big seller at 700. We're in an obvious downtrend from the highs here at 8. Right? We keep getting rejected at lower highs. I wouldn't be buying this thing myself until it could kind of reclaim and possibly hold 700. What are the other ones? Go EV is one. See, that even looks better than Tesla. What, Ride? It still kind of looks better than Tesla in a little bit. What are LI? That one actually looks strong. Candy, KNDI, doing all this by memory. Oh, I always do it by memory, and then I forget. If you guys don't know, that built into Trade Ideas, we have this similar tab in the single stock window, and this will list a bunch of competitors. Right, so you can look at Ford, breaking down General Motors, EXPV, actually been holding all right. Solo. Right, so it's a good way to take a look at the industry that you're in as a whole, right? Right on. Is it not true they can use disposable liquidity to their advantage? They can, but pushing around markets like that is illegal, right? And it's hard to not get found out if you're doing it en masse. It's also really hard to do, and you got to think about it by using their capital. So say, for example, they're trying to force GameStop down. Well, the only way they could do that is by shorting, shares, a bunch of shares, and they have to disclose all that, and that's messy, right? I would argue, and I do know firsthand of a couple funds that are doing it already, but I would argue that all funds have decided they're gonna take it on the ride, right? They're gonna figure out what the kids are talking about before they start getting big. They're gonna pile into it, and when the people come that are buying the stocks up, 2, 3, 500%, they're the ones selling to them in order to kind of recoup make their profits. Because that's the problem. You got to remember, what's the issue of a hedge fund, and what's your advantage as a retail trader? And the main thing is that these hedge funds, they need the other side of people's trades in order to even get in or out. Right? If I'm a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, I can't just say I'm just going to just buy GameStop right here. All right, because you think about it, son. 1 million shares, let's call it, at $200 a share. So it's done $2 billion worth of trading total. And then you have to divide that by half, because half are buys and half are sells. Right? So to get in for a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund is going to take days, and to get out is going to take days. So again, yeah, my argument would be they probably paid like some super genius guys hundreds of thousands of dollars and said, just figure out what they're doing before they're doing it. And it's not new, it's not common. People have been scrubbing social media for sentiment and stuff since social media existed. I just think there's probably more money allocated to it right now because they're moving markets. So my job as a hedge fund manager is, if there's someone moving markets, it's not necessarily to fight them. It's to get in a little bit before them, and then when that momentum wave starts, I'm the one selling as they go, right? Right, liquidity is key for them to get in, and it's key for them to get out. So I wouldn't be shocked, and I don't know, this would be probably stepping over a line. So if they're doing this, they'd have to do it carefully. But I wouldn't be shocked if the hedge funds are even posting inside of Wall Street Bets, where, because you got to think, for them to sell these stocks, they need to get, right, they're buying in anticipation that the Wall Street Bets guys are going to start talking about this. And then in return, they need those people to actually start participating and buying and diamond handsing and all this, so they have someone to sell to. It's why they've noted that in most times in past, retail participation in the stock market as a whole generally precedes a bear market. So, right, it's because, again, the hedge funds have to sell to someone. And generally what they'll do is, as retail starts entering a market, because what happens, we're traders and we're all people that study the markets, but most people, and right, think about, I don't know, your parents or your barber or your gardener or whatever it is, most people who don't study the markets avoid the markets when they're down, and they only participate in the markets after they've been running for years and years and years. So when markets have been running for years and years and years, well, then hedge funds will start to sell to those people who are just starting to get in, and then wait for them to capitulate at the bottom and sell their shares. And then, right, that's how they basically, the institutions go counter to what most retail people are doing. It just, in this case, I think it's kind of the other way around, where they may be tricking people, or they may just be riding the wave of these to get in, and then selling to these people after they've achieved their profits, right? Because there's no hedge fund out there that's going to diamond hands AMC to the moon or anything, right? It's just not a... you don't make money until you sell, right? So... yeah, Kev just said that they're just, in case people aren't in chat, that Reddit's losing their edge. They're indecisive, and that's right. There was a mission, right, and the mission was in GameStop, and the mission was to, right, the hedge funds that are over leveraged to the short side, and to get them, right, to make everybody who's invested rich in return, to do this mother of all short squeezes. But now when you go on any of the sites that track what Reddit's talking about, is they're all over the place, right? They've got multiple different stocks that they're watching. It seems to change daily, which that is the intended purpose of Reddit, right? The intended purpose of Wall Street Bets was not to do this. The intended purpose of Wall Street Bets was to, push the mark, or be a place that they could share things that occurred in the market. And basically they were too risky of traders for your very typical investing subreddit, right? They wanted to go in a little bit the edgier side of things, right? So this whole, we want to push around stocks, was definitely a after the fact type of a thing. So I think they're probably just going to end up going more or less the way that they started, where it's going to be just people talking about stocks, right? Which is, it's kind of the goal. Sorry, just looking at my ring. I've got the whole house cameraed up from all angles. So I just got an alert. I don't think someone's trying to rob the place. I think it's Amazon. trying to rob the place. They picked the wrong place. I've got 200 pounds of dogs sleeping under me. No, it's all Amazon. Coast clear. So again, guys, we're only halfway through. We got a whole nother half hour. I know the market's slow. I know there's, not as many people here as normal because the market's slow, but feel free to ask questions about trade ideas, ask questions about trading, right? We can just talk about the markets, or as you guys notice, I rant about a lot of things. I'm going to plug this video a few times just because there was a couple people that emailed me after and just said this video was kind of one of the things that they needed to kind of turn around their trading is when they started playing with this concept. So I'm going to just keep popping that every now and then. Other than that, there's not really, I'm not seeing a whole lot, right? I tweet daily, generally, this sector analysis. Oh, no, I clicked on the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, this, really like this sector status channel. Gives you a nice little overview of what's moving and what's not. Seems real estate is kind of the only thing holding us up today, and everything else been pretty bearish, but right, we got to put that in the context of the overall market, which is super bullish. Right, energy 100% down. This thing's either been 100% up or 100% down since it started. Game, you probably saw. Let's actually go. Where do I like the charts? I like the charts here. Game's not looking good. I tweeted about this. I don't know if that's what you're referencing, but I talked about this on the weekend. Essentially, what I'm looking at on this, it's a little low volume. Basically, I'm just looking to see if this. It's very common for stocks to find their IPO price, like the price they actually go live, as support and resistance. And I think this is one of those things that was a SPAC converted into something else. So basically, it bounced off this price of when it launched as a SPAC, came down a bit, and now it's just chopping sideways. So I just want to see if it turns. That's when I want to participate. I'm not interested in it here. So call it, 1250. So I have alerts set that if we get to 1250, my whole world starts ringing and everyone says, "Hey, go look at this." But right, for now it's just chopping around. If it breaks down under like this 11 area and starts to move lower, then it's just, I'm not interested. I'll cancel the alerts and move on. But what I've done today, I bought some PubM on this pullback. So I'm long a little bit, kind of down near the lows today. Just broke out of this range, pulled back into it, seeing if I can get some here. And MAXN. This looked great earlier in the day, but I am long some MAXN just from right kind of in this area. Is that all the trades I did today? Oh, Flight, FLGT. Long some Flight as well over yesterday's high. None of which are looking relatively great right now, but holding up better than the market, so I'll take that for sure. I'm glad you found my stuff, Grant. It's good. Yeah, the strength alerts, Kev, they're all pulling back, right, with the market, which makes sense. I haven't participated in any of these so far this week. I did pick up some last week, XXII, from this one, kind of in this $4 area, just seeing this support that's happening here. So again, these are longer term plays. So when I look at this longer term chart, I see that this has been uptrending for a while. It's got this kind of trend line going on here that we're tapping against. And then on the daily chart, two kind of bottoming tails under $4. So it pulled back to 4 and then got rejected, and then it pulled back under 4 and got rejected again. So I'm just wondering if it pulls back under 4 here, whether it will get another rejection, or, if we kind of get under this tail, I'll be wrong. But looking at these, I have pullback points for them all now that I talk about. ENB is the one that's kind of interesting to me here. If it can get back over $40 after pulling back under, then I'm certainly interested. Then there was one other. I was impressed with how HCA was holding on. I think that was the one. Yeah, HCA is an interesting one to me because it just broke out of this downtrend, and it's common for things that break out to at least come back and retest a bit before going. This one just seems to be holding up here pretty well. So if this just bases sideways for even if it closed like this, I would probably take this one over that high. Oh yeah, SFIX I was watching too. Yeah, not really. Nothing yet. It's holding strong. So one of the things, and this is, I think, just a really good and simple lesson for most people, is if you're a swing trader on down days like this, where the SPY is selling off just a little bit, again, it's important to put that in context. It just ran from 414 all the way up to 433. So pull back to 430 is not a big deal. Now you'll probably, if you go on Twitter, which I avoid more and more, you'll probably hear, right, it's the end of days, this is it, for real this time. I look at stocks that aren't down, right? So that's why if we go through things that I bought today, well, this Stitch Fix, I didn't, but if we can get back over today and yesterday's high, it might be interesting. And then the MXAN, at least when I bought it, it was up on the day. PUBM was the same, right? I picked up a little bit because it was holding over yesterday's low. Again, for a while there, that was up. And then Flight, FLGT, that one is up on the day as well, right? We're 3% up on this one when we're down in the market. So it's interesting to always take a look and say, okay, the market's getting killed. Let's look for stocks that aren't. And the other way around, right? If the market's doing very well and you're in a bunch of stocks and those stocks aren't going up, well, then you need to take a look at those as well and just say, okay, well, am I in the wrong industries, or am I just in the wrong names, or what? Because whatever I'm doing is underperforming the market. So that's why, right, we could look at ALKX, for example, right? Is this one's actually holding fairly well right at the highs here with the market kind of selling off. Now this may be, that's Ireland, right? Yeah. So it could be that it's an Irish company. Most of the movement of that may occur overnight. What else? else? Popping through my scans here. FTech. It's an interesting ride in that 50-day for a while there. Go EV, same kind of thing, pulling back maybe to the 50. And gray, same thing. Let's look at what else I have. Oh, this is a different account. So these my liked symbols are probably not super interesting. If I do, oh, this might break. Yeah. Oops. Sorry, we're still just working through the last little bit when it comes to this this new way that kind of Trade Ideas is doing with their talking about this docking platform, which I think is great. Right now, it's if you load up what just happened there is if you load up an old layout, an undocked layout, sometimes it can freak out a bit when you're trying to put it in a docked window. But we've got some internal betas going on, so this could be hitting a beta for you guys fairly soon. Just know that, right, beta means just that, right? Beta means beta, so it means that if you want to participate in the beta, we'll definitely let you know when that's a thing. Just know that, right, by beta we mean, hey, we think this may be okay, but it's one of those things that we love giving you guys beta access to these things because we do it all internally, where everybody who works in Trade Ideas will install the new betas and continue to trade the way they trade, which I think is something that Dan did that was super smart by just filling the company with traders. We'll all, bang away on it and see if we can break it. And then if we don't, we give it to you guys. But then, you are going to trade completely different from how I trade. And you're going to use the software completely different from how I use software. So there may be, just a long story short, there may be some more issues there when it comes to just bugs that we haven't hit on, right? We haven't gotten to these bugs just quite yet. So but so far I haven't had a crash, or Brokerage Plus hasn't been an issue in a while, which is great for me anyway. Brokerage Plus is kind of the most important bit of the thing. Because that's how I do all my trading, right? I do all my trading just through either just the entry scripts by clicking in Brokerage Plus, or by getting a little deeper with it and doing more of auto trading and stuff like that. This is interesting. This MDRX, as we're taking a look, this is kind of one of my pullback things. I like this look of things that broke out from prior resistance and now they're pulling back into support. I think it's a nice kind of low risk pullback type of a thing. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. So I'm going to add that to my liked list. I always like same kind of thing that I did with PubM. PUBM. Because PubM is 40% short, which is pretty substantial. But the reason I liked it is because it had this kind of range that it broke out of, and now it's pulled back into that range. So looking to see if this congestion area will act as support. So I'll buy a little bit here, and then maybe if it bases for a bit and then starts to go, I'll buy a little bit more. But just seeing if we can get that that to hold as support is a pretty logical area in my mind to hold if it's going to hold. The other thing is I like to do with these IPOs is use our anchored VWAP drawing tool and see this purple line that came up is essentially where the average market participant in this stock is. Kind of not invented by, but talked about by Brian Shannon at Alpha Trend. So he's a good one to keep an eye on if you're interested in that kind of thing. Long story short, just to make everything super simple about this, is that what this is looking for is it's looking for, again, where the average participant is. So it's summing up all of the trades and the volume associated with those trades. And then it's looking for, in those, it's looking for, okay, where is it that all of these, the average of these trades occur. So from an IPO date is something that makes sense. I've also seen him do it a lot from recent highs and lows. So if I do a high here, and where's the recent low, and I do a low here, and what you'll notice is that these things start to act a lot as support and resistance. So when this pulled back initially, it pulled back to this anchored VWAP and then pushed higher. And now we're right on the anchored VWAP from the lows again before pushing higher. So it's an interesting way to kind of look at and say, hey, if we're going to bounce, well, this is kind of where the average market participant in this stock is. So it may make sense that we bounce from there, right? That we take a look at, okay, where is that average market participant hanging out, and what can we do to make sure that that person that we're kind of on the side with, right? That they're and then we look at the average market participant from those recent highs and we say, okay, well, that's above us. So this is kind of pinching together. So it may just be, right, buy this one and sell that one, because you can see there's a bit of bleed through here, but then it did come right back down. It's an interesting form of analysis that I'm trying to play with more. It's a little bit harder to quantitate than a lot of things. It's a little bit harder to say, okay, well, I'm going to make sure that, I'm getting involved in this in a systematic type of way, and that's more or less how I am as a trader. So let's kind of run the same analysis on this one. That's an interesting pullback, because this is pulling back to the same kind of thing, right? Where it broke out of here, and now it's pulling back to test that. Well, there's also an anchored VWAP from this lows as well. Now, this is one of those acquisition corps. I personally don't trade these myself, simply because I'm not very good at them. And I feel like you need to know. I can't quickly look at it and say, hey, this is where, this is what industry this is in, right? I need to take a look at that. So I don't really play with the blank check stuff very much, but the same kind of concept can occur with a lot of these, right? If you're looking for a pullback, so if you're looking for a pullback here in DVAX, you can anchor VWAP from the bottom there, and then maybe you can say, okay, I'm going to wait for that to pull back into that, so that it's more closer to an average. So long story short with them is think about a moving average, but think about a moving average that is not just based off of price and time, which is how most moving averages are calculated, but this is price, time, and volume. So it's kind of a combination of all of these different metrics to try to get something that kind of makes the most sense in terms of where is the average person at, which is what a moving average is attempting to do. It's attempting to say, okay, over the last X amount of days, this is where the average price is at. So adding a little bit of volume to that equation can certainly help it a little bit. So let's take a look at Game, which was another one that we were talking about earlier, but I like the look of this one because if I draw this anchored view app from this initial date, you can see that kind of is what's holding it down. So when it looks for what I'm looking for on this stock, I would just love for it to hold, break and hold this area. Then I think, okay, well, now the average market participant's actually happy about this, right? Where right now the average market participant's kind of having a bad time. They're under it a bit. They've been under it for a long time. And we would like to think that all of these hedge fund managers and stuff are clever enough that they're going to be buying the stuff that they're making money on and selling the stuff that they're not. And certainly could be the case that's not happening, but I would hope in many cases that it is. All right, guys, we got another 12 minutes here. Do you have any questions at all? Again, I totally expected it to be a slow day for questions because it's just a slow day in the market. If we take a look at the SPY, even on down days, which usually have a lot of increased volume, we're not doing insane when it comes to volume, and that's fine. That's just part of the. Add that in. You can see the declining volume that's going on here, and that's just going to be part of the, hey, it's summer. And that will continue, but I think next week, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think next week is when earnings is going to really get going again. So, with earnings going again, then I would expect that's when you're going to start seeing some cool action again. Plus, right, with the shortened week, everyone's out napping or drinking or blowing stuff up with fireworks or whatever you guys do for your 4th of July celebrations. From what I saw on the internet, it does seem to be a lot of blowing stuff up with fireworks. Not that there's anything wrong with blowing stuff up with fireworks, of course. Let's get rid of. You can see I usually don't put volume on my chart. I don't find it overly helpful. You can usually just know whether or not you're going to get increased volume in a name or not just by. If you're getting increased movement, then you're probably getting increased volume. It's kind of my thoughts on it anyway. By 8. Wish. This is one of those Wall Street Bets names, isn't it? Mara, that's just gonna. Mara just is a Bitcoin ETF at this point. It's like Mara and Riot and MSTR, MicroStrategy. Yeah, these are all just kind of Bitcoin ETFs. GBTC. Yeah, that's a good point. That's another one. If you're just looking to trade cryptos, but you just don't want to open up or you don't have access to open up a crypto account, these are good proxies for that. Fizz was another one of those. I just seen on another chart here. That's getting near lows here, but I think that was another one of those meme names. And again, as I've talked about, I don't trade them. I avoid them. I think it's the best way to deal with them. And then SPRT was the trade of the week. If you guys missed it for today, it's a really nice looking chart. And we've got a big cup going on down here. Right, looking like this, and then we've got the little handle going there. So that's a pretty good looking pattern. If it can get to around $4 is kind of where I would like it. Now it might not give me that chance, which I'd be fine with, but all right, guys, got another 5 minutes or so. So if you got any questions, let me know. Really, there is nearly nothing going on right now. For a swing trader, right? For a day trader, I'm sure there's some low float crazy guy that's just doing great right now. But for me, as more of a swing trader, there's not really much to see. This SCVL is kind of the same shoe store, I guess. Same kind of look, right? We broke out of $70. We went all the way to 80, and now we're back to $70. So might just be the move to take a look at these types of plays. I'm just seeing so many of them in this market. Oh, no problem. I'll be around till right. I think Barry might get into the room a little earlier than we leave, but I always just like to give him his hour. I don't know how the guy does it, just sitting there talking for that long. You take care too, Mike C. Teledoc? Is Teledoc doing the same? It is. And this one's actually a really good, strong name. If, obviously, we hope don't happen, but there is more COVID-related stuff. But I talked to a few doctor buds of mine, and they don't think this telehealth thing is going away. Even after this is done, they're just like, our patients like it too much. They just like, most things getting sorted out with through that stuff. Okay, so I think Barry is going to take back over here in a second. So again, it was nice chatting with you guys. Just note we do this every day, and it will be a different person each day. So if you didn't like my ramblings, then come and hang out with someone else's ramblings tomorrow. And if you liked my ramblings, I'm here pretty much every Tuesday. So anyway, trade safe there, guys. It's not the day to swing for the fences, so.
Block it. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I'm kind of watching this area right here. See if that 200-day moving average stalls it. It keeps going, guys. CTSO keeps going. Look at that 200-day moving average right there. The area of the 200-day moving average is right here. Yeah, the OSAT is, yeah, so we don't have it as lifetime high. So I'm not sure really what this means here. You're trying to say this was a SPAC? We have this, I mean, we have highs up here at 27. I'm sorry, maybe I read incorrectly. Somebody said this was an all-time high. So are you saying then they okay, let me see if there's a big divergence here. 7. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of it then. It's possible, but typically if it is, then I'm gonna have a big gap, and from day to day, typically. When it stops trading, say as OSAT months and months ago, years ago, you'd see the gap in date. I don't see a gap in date. I'm not disputing this, but it just doesn't seem right. I don't see a gap in the dates. Ija, thank you, Ija. Meanwhile, PBTS, another one. Oh, that's not right. This is Power Bridge. So looking left again, just keep looking left to see where these things could stall. 286. All right, guys. So 872. What did it get to? Got to 867. So it got within 5 cents of the 200-day moving average. So the AI is having a pretty decent day, guys. I mean, there's if excuse me, without being stopped out, here are the percentages from 783 to 858, 9.5%, 3% here, 2.3, 2%. Got stopped out on the IC, but let's see if it can come back. Yeah, it doesn't look good. There was a re-entry at 882, but it just didn't want to keep going. How is Xela looking? XELA. Somebody's asked me that. I don't know. I mean, nothing's really shaking. You know, it's up 6 cents. So I really sounds like you're in these. You know, somebody asked me that, so it sounds like you're in it. Right now, there's nothing happening. Low float, but nothing's happening. No news on it. Not that that matters, as we've seen time and again. Well, maybe long term, you know, in terms of fundamentals, but you know, short term in terms of a lot of the stuff that we see, you know, it's got nothing to do with fundamentals. Now, granted, if a company has an earnings release, you know, and fundamentally it looks good, I mean, that can drive it. But I mean, a lot of the stuff that we see is just, you know, it's not moving on any news at all. It's just the traders, for whatever reason, are piling in. Oh, I see. You're kidding. I can't know if you're kidding or not. Well, I mean, BSQR is still not bad in terms of holding 7 at least. I mean, the longer it holds over 7, the better it is, and it still has some room looking left. Again, that's not my telling you to take the trade. But I mean, it's been an awfully strong stock today, and it really hasn't pulled back that much. I mean, this is a pretty steep pullback. It was about $1, but other than that, but it's holding 7, which is, you know, to me, key. The longer it holds over 7, some volume coming in. There is some volume definitely coming in on the 2-minute chart right there. You can see it's a little bit more than the previous 2 minutes. Well, I can't tell you what the top line is going to be. You just have to look left. And, there is where it could go, 820. I'm not saying it's getting there by any stretch. But, when you look left, the next high is 820. Look at the volume. 130 million shares, guys, 12 million in the float. This will almost for sure trade the float at 12 times anyway. You guys can do the math. That'd be 144 million shares. And we're only at, we have another 3 hours left. I'm sure this is going to do another 14 million shares today. And no news. You mean Blinn? Yeah. Well, certainly it's going counter to Blinn now. Yeah, I don't know about ODT. ODT was, when I looked at it this morning, it was labeled a meme stock, and yeah, it's starting to move now. Didn't really look like a meme stock though, But maybe now, maybe they've picked it up now. They being the Reddit crew. I have no official word on that. It just said could be the next meme stock. It's 37 million in the float. 12% is short. Now, the only thing I can say about ODT is that, well, I can probably say more things, but on the 5-minute chart, if you look at this red candle, totally engulfed by the previous green candle, okay? And it's got that nice big bottoming tail. Remember, the sellers tried to knock it down. So this is an example of a red bar ignored. You have a bit of you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then if the next candle goes above the high, which it did, which would have been 403, this could mean that the trend is going to continue. Okay? Ooh, just a moment here, please, guys. All right, we've got, yeah, BSQR just making another new high. You guys are talking about RCAT or CAT. I'm assuming to short. Look at these two topping tail. Wow. Guys, remember we talk about these topping tails. Yeah, well, it's in the watch list. Yeah, it was only because it's a meme of some sort. ODT. I look here. I don't know why it's not there. Actually, it's on my list. I must not have put it in there. But yeah, when I read about it this morning, it said it could be the latest meme. Well, again, if this does really collapse, here is your fibs. I mean, Real is pointing out the fibs. Look at these two topping tails. I wish there was more. I wish there were a little bit more in terms of where they are from those topping tails. But again, what does this mean? Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up. Sellers, as we speak. But this still has 13. Or 12 minutes to, or a little less than 11 minutes to close. So let's see if this really holds, and then it starts moving down from here. You know, the buyers tried a couple of times, but the sellers have knocked it down. All right, guys. So I see that the trade of the week SPRT has triggered again. Don't have to take it, of course, but the trigger was 441. It triggered early, fell all the way back. I don't think it got stopped out. I think it's the 20 or 10 SMA. That's the 20. I don't think it got stopped. Well, maybe it did. I don't know. Anybody with the 10 SMA on their daily chart? Did it get stopped out? I just don't have the 10 SMA on my chart. Woo. So RCAT completely reversed. So and look at the volume. It's possible. I mean, 11 million in float, that fits. The short float doesn't fit, but the but that just completely reversed. You look left here, 293. You look left here, 290. You look left here, 308. I mean, there's a lot of areas where it could stall. If they're not behind it, it looks like, you know, in theory, this should be running out of steam based on the daily chart. In theory, but if they're behind it, if they're into it, you never know what can happen. It is a low float. And it just to pop through 3 now. We've got 308 and 317. Yeah, this is not stopping yet. RCAT, not stopping yet. Well, moment of truth right now. Holding 3. See if Real's fib level is next one. 311. And then 352. Let's see. Ooh. Again, guys, all about the float. And BSQR, yes, still doing his thing. Still a lot of volume coming into RCAT. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart, guys. All right, PBTS has been active also. Now that is, okay, look at the area that it just took out. 286, the next high looking left, 376. All right, well, there's the RCAT. Just made a new high, guys. I know those of you who are short know that. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, just look at this volume. I think you can throw the channels out. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is way above on the 30 minute anyway. Well, you got to be careful if it is true that the Reddit crew has got a hold of this. Come on, BC. Just take out the 750. You've been trying. This is the BSQR I'm talking to. All right, guys. PBTS. PBTS keeps ripping here. Another one. Again, looking left, the next high is 376. I mean, he's got the room. PBTS, guys, definitely keep an eye on it. The bottoming tail there, some bottoming tails here in the 2, bottoming tail here on the 15. It still has some room. When I say that, just look left, and it's got the room if it wants to keep running before it hits some resistance at it's sort of above a channel, I believe. Real is going to point that out, but All right, PBTS guys, on the move. Who said this was a slow market? Where are you, value? Told you. Well, I didn't tell you, but I mean, I thought after lunch, a lot of these things coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, I can't tell you to take the trade, guys. All I can do is sort of talk about what I'm seeing, if it makes sense to you. Whoops. And by all means, don't be afraid to take profit. Oh my, this is really moving now, guys. Really moving. All right, fantasy void time. This is the 385, I think. Not saying it's going to get there. Not saying it's going to get there. But if it can ever clear all this out, I mean, look where it got to in, let's say, February of this year. Got up to 10 or so. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just doing something on my other monitor. All right, guys. Well, RCAT, I mean, I know you guys took a short on it. And look at it now. Wow, 370. Oh, so I'm glad you covered. I think hopefully Zach covered. Again, look left now. 374 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. What did it get to? 370. And doesn't trade options, so that's why it would not appear in the option scanner. So it doesn't trade options. Yeah, none now at IB. I think somebody was posting that the shorts really got snapped up. I don't know if they're happy though. I mean, because it sounds like they were being snapped up around the 3 level. All right, I haven't looked at GLOT for a while after its mercurial, that's a tough word, rise. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's anything. See the ODT, did it? You really, yeah, see, it didn't do anything really. Had the bounce, I mean, had the bounce off 4, but it has come right back down again. So I would forget about that one. Okay, would you guys please take it off topic? In my sternest tone. Can't believe you guys are in the stocks only. That's right. My blood pressure went up 0.5 degree. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, the BSQR kind of still hanging in there. I'd love to see a big 750 break. All right, so Vishal, how do you use it? Have you watched the video yet? The video goes into the second video. I'm going to put a link in. Okay, I'm going to put a link in called Brokerage Plus. The second video goes into how you can use the buy and the sell button. Okay, if you haven't already watched it, well, I'm sure you haven't watched it because it covers it. It's 26 minutes long, but it's going to answer a lot of other questions for you too. Okay. Well, there's no hard and fast rule. If a fast riser will have a second day, it's possible, but how much room does it have? It's a low float, so anything can happen with a low float situation. 374 is the next high looking left, and it got to 370. So, that may stall it. That it could be done today anyway. Yeah, same. Okay, it's the same. Use the simulator, and it shows you how you assign a strategy. You have to create a strategy. Okay, then you assign it. One strategy on the long side to your buy button, one strategy on the short side to your sell button. Okay? It is all covered. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Even you're talking about using the simulator. It doesn't matter. That video really covers live or simulation. It doesn't really matter. Why only a few windows speak and not all? Nick, is that a question? Man, look at this move. Wow, look at the volume coming in too to AUUD. Okay, well, first of all, now, only alert windows. If you're talking about a topless window, one that starts with has a T, there's no point in putting an alert on that, like a sound alert. So the only ones you can put a sound alert on are alert windows. Your price alert, your price alerts window, you can put a sound alert here, and you can put a sound alert if you have the AI. Okay, but it's up to you to put the sound alerts on them. Does that answer your question? Okay. Right here. So you've never put a sound alert on a window? Is that what you mean? You've never done one? You have done one. Okay, well, show one. Oh, yes, no. Okay. All right, so in an alert window, you right click, properties, actions. Okay, so right click, properties, actions, and then you just follow it. You know, check the play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window text to speech. Okay, in other words, it'll read the symbol out. Why I say one, the whole idea of sound alerts on your various windows, you want to have a unique one for each window. In other words, if you put text to speech on each one, you'd never know which window to look at. Okay? So you can have one of them text to speech. Otherwise, you check that use custom sound and select. And then we have 3 folders here. Each folder has a sound alert in it. And you can, monkey. You click on monkey. You open it. You can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to the window you were doing that in. Okay? Okay, good. Don't forget to save your work, okay? When you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you save your work. Otherwise, even creating sound alerts and things, anything you do, you make a change to any window, including a sound alert, you've got to make sure you do save it. Rudy, are you using our web-based version? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Or are you using our downloadable application? Because if you're using the web-based version, you have limited sound alerts. Okay, so you're using the app? Okay, so just right-click, properties, actions, and then just follow everything here. Check the play sound, set up the sound, and just kind of follow through. As I said, one window you can have text to speech. Otherwise, use this custom sound here. Select. And these 3 folders we've created for you, and each folder has some sound alerts in there. Bill, there's no reason, no. You'd have to give me did it turn green? So can you determine if you had a blue line? In other words, if I put a sound alert here or a price alert, so now I've got a blue line up here. So if this gets up to this price, whatever price it is, it'll turn green. And that is a little bizarre. You're 100% sure it crossed it. 100%. I mean, I'm not doubting you, but maybe exit out of your price alerts and reload them. Don't worry, even if you exit out and then reload it. Maybe there's something going on. I mean, otherwise, I have no idea. So if you just X out, okay, I've done that, but when I go back, they're all still here. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. I can't think of once that has ever happened to me. So, is it only on one? Or is it all of them? then I would, I don't know what to say. You can go to our homepage and try to talk to somebody else in tech support. I honestly don't know what to say on that one. Is this happening in the pre-market or is it happening when the market is open? Not really, Rudy. I mean, yeah, not really, Rudy. In terms of SMS, text now, not really. There is sort of a way, but you wouldn't like it. So has to be worked on. Yeah, as far as warrants, well, are you trying to auto trade a Siri? I mean, obviously, are you trying to auto trade things? We do have, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a complete. I mean, there have been so many of these. There's been so many of these companies that have come on board, but we do have. Oops, sorry. Wait a minute. The warrants. So if you go to properties, I'm sorry. If you go to right click, configure, symbol lists, add existing list. Now one of the lists we do have is warrants, but I'm not going to tell you that it's every single warrant is in here. Okay, there are warrants right there. I can't tell you that that one you're talking about is in there. I don't know how often it gets updated. But if you're talking about auto trading, which I don't agree with, but if you're talking about auto trading, then, well, again, if you right click on your window and go to symbol lists and then add existing list, and then if you scroll down, one of the lists is warrants. So if you click on it, then warrants is going to be over here, and then you can attach saying exclude the following lists and check warrants. Okay, but I cannot guarantee that every single warrant in creation is in this list. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start soon, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you found something there, Siri. Okay, guys, putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, XELA, I do know, I did notice that it's pop. Look at the volume that has come into it. Huge amount of volume. I know a couple have asked me about this in the YouTube room. It wasn't really doing too much until all of a sudden. So, but looking left, 224, so it's above that, and 311. Now, whether it is, as Zach has said, it may not be the most magnificent of companies. However, can't dispute the fact that it is ripping right now. And again, another low float, fairly high short float percent too. So you wonder if this is a Reddit stock. Okay, Siri, I'll take your word for that. If you're asking me how or why, or I have no idea. It's not Reddit? Okay, Aja. Well, something is putting a charge into it. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. If you're saying that's what's happening, then that's what's happening. You want to make that a feature request or something like that? But I'm sure you must have asked Michael. I mean, trailing stop seems to be something that it gets asked all the time. But you know what? You want to go to the home page and see what I know Michael is there, or somebody says, go ahead. And there's the link. Oh, absolutely, it'll include E-Trade. Absolutely. Nothing for you to do. Oh, a buy button is just a buy button. It doesn't matter where it is. Okay, it doesn't matter where it is. By the way, you're saying you're new to trading. So this is what I wanted while I was on my. Just give me 1 second here. Just gotta get a font. There we go. Okay, so no horizons. You know what, Siri? I'm getting tired of saying, tomorrow. I'm not talking to you specifically. When it happens, it happens. In the marketing meeting, they seem to think it will happen this week, but you know what? When it happens, it happens. Jira. Okay, so here from the toolbar, click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Are you using the web-based version or are you using our downloadable application? Guys, there's our leaf blower is outside my window, so you're a little bit noise. Okay, so from the toolbar, just click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? When you do that, this is what you'll see. I have no idea then why your toolbar doesn't show that. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? If you click on Help and About, what are you seeing? Now I'm on a, completely, but when you click on Help and About, what version do you have? All right, well, that should be good enough. Let me just make sure. Yeah, right there. Well, okay, guys, so yeah, Vishal. Okay, let me conclude with Vishal. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, all right, click on my homepage link right there, and then you'll see we have a section called Education. I know it's very noisy, guys. 20 lessons in 20 days. So if you're new to trade ideas, I would really suggest you take a look at this. This is not teaching you how to trade. This is just teaching you some of the basic features of trade ideas. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay? But if you're new to trading, if you scroll down, where it says back to basics, there's a 36 part video series right here. They're short videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I would absolutely take a look at this. Okay? There's no timeline. You sort of ask a timeline. How long will it take me? Everybody's different. You know, I mean, it's impossible to know. All right, now, Jer. So when you click on new, what do you see? What pops up? What do you see? Like, where does it end for you? You probably start off with an alert window, top list. So, what is the last one that you see on your end? I may not be able to help you. I might have to send you to our tech support. But what is the last thing that you see then in your list of 13 items? Brokerage Plus, so like here. I know you're not seeing Market Explorer. All right, so 100% you do not see something that says AI/Holly strategy trades window that I'm displaying right there. Because even if, are you a premium subscriber? It shouldn't matter, but are you a premium subscriber? You must be, okay. I mean, it shouldn't matter even if you're not. All right, I can't help you. I'm going to have to send you. If you don't see this, because there's nothing magical about this, this should be here for, you know, everybody who has 0.812 for sure. It's been like this for probably a year. So I don't know what's going on with your account. You have a green ball. Make sure of that you have a green ball, making sure you are connected. That shouldn't matter, but just to make sure. You know, if you go all the way to the end of the toolbar, you do see a green ball somewhere. Okay. All right, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage. I don't know why you cannot see that option. You're not looking in the channel bar, right? You're not looking in the channel bar. Because it's nothing to do with the channel bar. Okay. Give them your email address when you start, and they'll have a take a look at your account. Maybe there's something weird in your account. But I really, you know, I'm at a loss. It's pretty basic stuff, you know, clicking on the new, and then that should show up. So guys, I'm kind of watching the BSQR to see maybe later on towards the end it takes up that 750. All right, you guys are talking about Sorrento. Okay, it's not showing up for me because the relative volume is too low. Most of my scans, well, it has to be a lot higher, but lots of volume coming in for sure. Big nut to crack really here, $10. Pretty tough. Let's see if it does it though. $9.99, it got to $9.99. FDA clears Sorrento phase 2 trial of non-op, so it clears the trial, the phase 2 trial. Guys, keep an eye, really keep an eye on that BSQR. I'll probably be gone, I'm shutting the room down at 3, but keep an eye on that BSQR. Look what it's trying to do. And it still has some room. It's had that pullback all the way. I mean, that's a pretty big pullback, but anyway, 672. But, it takes up that 750. 758 is the high. Look left. I mean, it has a shot. 820. Yeah, well, really, it depends. I mean, you can keep asking questions here. I mean, if I can't answer them, then there's no other way. I mean, you can go to info@trade-ideas.com, but the other thing is that there is another, what I call the main trading room. You're in our YouTube channel, which is fine. You can stay there if you want. But this is what I call the main trading room. There are more traders there, more action. I can give you the link. But you can ask me questions. I mean, that's why I'm here. True. That's okay, Rudy. Have you taken a look at the 20 lessons? If it is your first day, I think before you do anything else, you should take a look at the 20 lessons. And so if you click on my homepage link, you'll see there is an education section. The very first thing is the 20 lessons. All right, guys, you know, what time is it? 2:44. So I'll be wrapping this up in about 15 minutes. So before I go, though, the promo code is still alive until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay? So there is the promo code you can use right there. Happy 4th for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So you click on my link, and what I would do is I would save my link, not just for this, but obviously don't use this promo code, Barry for Alpha. Use Happy 4th. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Of course, this week it was Tuesday. Stock of the day. All the scans I'm sharing right here, all the scans, including my layout and individual scans that I've created. And the big education section. The 20 lessons, the daily support in YouTube, daily webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, educational videos, you know, start trade ideas from scratch, more a video about the AI, back to basics if you're new to trading, you know, what is a stock? So a lot of information here, and I go over it very quickly. The reason I do that is that, you know, all you have to do is save my link, and then you can look at it whenever you want. A lifetime membership. So by saying that, hello, all trade of the week, you want to know what it is? As in SPRT? Is that what you meant? Okay, yeah, SPRT. And a trigger was 441. So in theory, it is triggered, okay? Real. Well, I suppose how much we charge, Sunil, but anyway, yeah, there's never been any talk about that. Well, it doesn't look like. Well, I shouldn't say that. I was just thinking at BSQR, it looked like it was going to start to drift down, but maybe not. There's a nice little bottoming tail. I'd be watching this, guys. I mean, it's making higher lows. You know, if it takes out that 750, it's got a little bit of room. You're welcome, Rudy. Well, guys, like most of these things, they just sort of flame out. But you know what? If you can take advantage of about the middle 2/3 of some of these moves, that would be excellent. So there's the PBTS. So what did it get up to? Got all the way up to 365. Pulled all the way down. It's $1. I mean, it's a big percentage drop. That's why I say you have to trade these. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Heat Nation, welcome. Fortunately, I'll be shutting the room down in about 5 minutes, but come back tomorrow. I open the room every morning. Not every morning. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. Well, I open it at 9 a.m. and we go to 3 p.m. And now, if you're a newbie, when you say a newbie, do you mean you're new to trading, new to trade ideas, or both? If you are, well, even if you're one or the other or both, take a look at my homepage. Oh, new to trade ideas, okay. Take a look at my homepage then. All right, and click on, when you click on my link, go to the education section. All right, and the first thing you see here is the 20 lessons. I think it's pretty informative. You know, it just shows you all the basic things. What's a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, okay? You can run through these pretty quickly. They're not videos. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room when I take a break. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. Oops, how come it's not here? That's why. Okay. Creating your account, starting trade ideas from scratch. A little more information about the AI is here. So save my link and then you can look at all this when you want to. Okay? Well, Brokers Plus is this window here. It's got nothing to do with interactive brokers. But, okay. Brokers Plus is just a feature that we have so that if you happen to have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you could link this window to either interactive brokers or E-Trade and then trade from within trade ideas using this. Okay, this is not a broker. This is just it just happens to link with interactive brokers or E-Trade, so you can actually then use this window. So I could, if I wanted to, say I was linked to my account, I would just pick how many shares I want to trade, and then buy right at the market. Oh, maybe I didn't hit the buy button. There we go. So see, it took the trade. So if you were linked to your interactive brokers account or E-Trade account, you can do it. You can use this window to trade. It doesn't mean yes for the standard. Yes. It's also a great simulator. You want to practice trading? Use the simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. But I do want to emphasize the point. If you don't have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, yeah, you can't use Brokerage Plus, but it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We just happen to have this little feature that links to an IB or E-Trade account. But if that's not your account, it doesn't matter. And again, Fearless, take a look at my homepage. Okay, I put my homepage link in before. And you can go to the education section. And again, there's some education on, creating top lists. Well, first of all, what is a top list? Creating them. What is an alert window? Creating them. So there's a lot of information on my homepage in the education section. Okay, this is the education section right here. Save the link so that you can look at this whenever you want to. All right, guys, I think that's it. It is now 3 o'clock. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, in the morning, of course. Give me a moment here as I grab my script. When does it start? Probably in a couple of weeks. Alcoa, that's when we have July 21st. That might be incorrect, but very soon. Probably a couple of weeks, earnings season starts. The banks will release that week. All right, guys. Well, there you go, guys. BSQR. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut the room down. I'll open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you then. Bye-bye.